Check, check. Check, check. If you can hear me, let me know where you guys are watching from. And yes, please hit that like button and share it. There's a lot going on today. Going to read in just a moment here. All right, good morning, everybody. Oh, Reed is going to be here. Okay, going to Reed.
The tornado outbreak, tornado event has begun. We had a tornado last night in Arkansas, and the National Weather Service is out there trying to confirm that damage. Now we've got a squall line coming in. It triggered a couple of tornado warnings around the Memphis area, back into northern Mississippi. And now we're watching for the development of renegade supercells. And that's going to be basically across southern Alabama, maybe down into the Florida Panhandle. North of Mobile, they are starting to mature. And we do just now have a new scale discussion out as well. Here's the looks like my internet's a little questionable when I point down at the data there. So, yeah, I got that. Sometimes that happens. So, we got a mesoscale discussion that's in effect for the next 4 hours. Low continues to deepen near the Mississippi-Alabama border with associated thunderstorm line segments. Ramp up in storm intensity is not anticipated over northern Alabama, but further south, the warm front intersects with the main cold front over east central Mississippi. Right now, the temperature here just to the south of Montgomery is around 60. Showers and thunderstorms are warming in an advection zone. It's uncertain how much severe activity is going to occur over the next few hours as the upper wave kind of lifts north of the area. Veering low-level winds could limit the lift a little bit. But it does appear that here in southern Alabama, forecast soundings do support a tornado threat. And we're watching a couple of that convection there north of Citronelle. I am sitting just to the south of Montgomery, thinking about headed toward the Greenville area, south of Montgomery a little ways, or maybe just down toward Troy. Troy would be a good place to be, I believe. This guy got a staring problem. Someone's got a staring problem next to me. But it is kind of a smallish warm sector. But if that warm front is able to go north and it's up to the southwest, we got a lot of wind shear, especially in southwestern Alabama near that citronelle storm. So it does look like we're going to go a little bit to the southwest. Very strong wind shear. I'm going to step forward 2 hours. Ooh. 500 to 600 helicity down to the Florida Panhandle. So I'm going to take a leak here really quick, and I'm going to drop southwest. I think south is going to be the play today. Brian, I think your mic's off, buddy. Brian guy.
It always happens. It always happens once a stream. Thanks, buddy. It actually didn't happen on the last stream. We're back. It's a tradition, guys. It's a tradition here. All right. So I'll just repeat what I was saying unless Reed is going to take over. It looks like he's not in a great coverage area, but once he gets moving, he should. I also see him laughing at me, too. Man, I look really tan here, too. I'm not. It's just the lighting is off. Reed, just take it. You're in a better area now. Why don't you start talking about your target area here?
Got some severe storms near Meridian. I think Greenville is a pretty good middle ground. Just gonna go to Greenville. What the hell? Yeah, I think in general, southern Alabama looks pretty favorable for tornadoes. Got a new mesoscale discussion out. We had a couple of tornado warnings earlier today. But Greenville to Luverne to Troy looks like probably my target. Maybe even down toward Dothan, Alabama. Maybe eventually down into the Florida Panhandle too. Watching a couple of those bubblers out near Coffeyville to Chatham, McIntosh. Mike's off, buddy! Mike's off! Yeah, we're gonna have the blizzard warning area covered. I think Chicago even had a little bit of thunder snow this morning. Saw my good friend Jim Cantori doing the dance up there. The thunder snow dance. We do have milky skies up here right now, which usually means you have to drop south, or I'm definitely way northeast of the warm front right now. That warm front's just kind of moving into southwestern Alabama now. And different than the last system, this one has a lot of Arctic air to work with. So we've got a major Arctic blast back behind this. And this low could drop down as low as like the lower 970s or so as it lifts up into central, northern, lower Michigan. That has trended just a little bit north of that track. I think some of the worst conditions, the worst blizzard conditions from this are probably going to come near the Alpena area, northeast, lower Michigan. You're going to get those big easterlies just whipping off the water, little orographic enhancement there, a little lake enhancement off Lake Huron. I also think Iowa, of course, is getting pummeled pretty hard. Central and eastern Iowa, where those blizzard warnings are in effect. That area out north of Citronelle has my eye. That's the one we're going for. We'll get it in Greenville to Georgiana. It's near McIntosh. It's got a lot of storm relative inflow on it. Pretty fast storm motions today. I'm on Highway 82 today. And remember just a couple of nights ago, we were working that nocturnal waterspout threat. Tornadoes moving on shore. And we got impacted by that waterspout in Santa Rosa Beach. I'm still waiting on the final rating for that tornado. Yesterday, there was still a question mark near it, but I think it came in like a block west of that beach access. Went right up into the beach access. I was going to run out onto the beach and then videotape the thing coming ashore. And I heard the roar of the waterspout. So I got spooked, ran back in my car, power got cut. There's a storm chaser named Jay from Alberta. I saw an Alberta plate down there at the beach access. I'm like, what in the hell is somebody doing all the way down from Alberta? And it was a storm chaser, of course. And we experienced that landfalling waterspout there. And then it continued off to the northeast, eventually caused some damage in Freeport. And we were blocked on the east side of Freeport from getting down to that Panama City tornado by some tornado damage, and then didn't catch that one until it got a little further north up near Fountain. No tell motel back there. Jeez, good heavens. No tell motel, Holiday Inn. Isn't that song? The Best Inn Motel here. Ooh, that is a rough one. Wow. That was a rough one back there. I stay in a lot of those sometimes. Sometimes they have character. More oftentimes than not. Probably catch HPV from some of these places. The toilet seat. All right, we're dropping south to Montgomery. It lit me up. I had bites all over my body. It took like a couple of months for the tracks of the bites. They bite in lines, just pop. They just get you in these streaks and lines. A lot of beautiful swamps down here near Katoma Creek. You can see a lot of palmettos, a lot of low-lying cycads out here. Maybe some gators. It might be a little further south, but I know they're out here. You actually get alligators all the way up to the southeast corner of Oklahoma. Milky sky so far, but the surface temperature is up to 61 degrees. That should continue to rise. I think once again, similar to the other night when we were in the Florida Panhandle, if we can get temperatures up into the mid 60s even, especially upper 60s, then I think it's game time. I ended up leaving Gizmo back at home because she didn't go to the bathroom. So I was worried that she's getting blocked up a little bit, and it just made sense for Gizmo to probably stay back on this one. But she is coming out of retirement this year in 2024. I'm bringing her out for these storm chases during the spring. Mark my words. Watching that area north of McIntosh for some increased rotation. It's already got a mesocyclone, so these things are super showers. That storm near McIntosh has my eye. I'm going to get to Greenville and then maybe drop down to Evergreen. Probably get it in Evergreen. But it is moving at 60, so I'm going to need to give these things a little bit of time to mature. I think we'll probably have a tornado watch shortly. I do feel like maybe the SBC is underestimating the tornado potential a little bit down here. I think you got to forecast ceilings a little bit, and the ceiling down here, definitely these photographs are supportive of a strong tornado or two, but it's very conditional. So if storms don't mature and that instability doesn't quite make it, and then the surface winds veer out, there's a good chance nothing will happen. But I have a feeling that it could go pretty significant down here in southern Alabama, Florida Panhandle, maybe even into southwestern Georgia. Interesting, down west of Atmore too, some of those storms are starting to intensify. Some of those prefrontal storms down there. I'm watching that storm near McIntosh, Alabama, north of Mobile. I think those are going to be moving off to the northeast at about 60 miles an hour. Nice prefrontal confluence span ripping from Venice off the tip of southeastern Louisiana up through Mobile. U-turn. Oh, it didn't like that road, did it? I gotta turn around. Oh, fuck. People like to stare at you out here. I don't recognize that rental. We don't like that riffraff here south of Montgomery. Did you get that storm you're looking for? That's what they said to me down in Hurricane Katrina in Slidell. When we were at the jail down there in Slidell. Oh, 12 p.m. Eastern. I've got a live shot at 12 Eastern. I do a lot of AccuWeather lives as well. Thank you, Jennifer Ordway, Deb Thornton. Thank you. Never stop chasing. Be interesting to see if those storms are able to mature. They may just continue to bubble. Might just bubble here, and then in an hour or two I can see them start to intensify. It'll be capable of even a strong tornado or two. Internet is not the greatest down here, is it? Looking for gators. Temperatures into the 60s. 62. We get up to 66 and watch out. They could develop in that area from near Waynesboro too, but I think as that energy starts to move into the prefrontal confluence line that's trying to bubble, you'll gradually see an increase in the overall intensity of the storms within those prefrontal confluence bands. Probably feels pretty humid down in Mobile right now. The wind shear is extreme in Mobile. You got 400 to 600 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative felicity there. Back into southeastern Mississippi, between 400 and 500 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. That warm front, though, is oriented definitely northwest to southeast, so storms will have a tendency to cross over that boundary pretty quickly. That effective velocity goes all the way up to the I-20 corridor, so I wouldn't be surprised to even see a couple of tornado warnings up there. Bubblers, though, in Mobile that are starting to look a little bit more favorable. I think Jordan and Sierra may be on today, too. And we got Connor on the cold side. Might have Edgar again. We got Brian, too, again. And Brian's been doing his homework. He's been studying, learning about the right mover, how storm motions are calculated, left movers, bunkers right. I'm looking at echo tops, too, to kind of try to see if storms are intensifying a little bit. Thomasville has a decent top, up above about 30,000 feet. But other than that, low-topped bubbler so far, so definitely need that lift. May not be enough lift where there's actually instability today. Looks like there's a storm too just to our west, just on the west side of Montgomery, right on that advancing warm front. It's probably going to be too far northeast there. Still feels stable out here. We got milky skies. We also had milky skies the other night, but it was a slightly different setup. But you do have 125 knot, 500 millibar jet stream kind of nosing into the mid-south right now. Usually when that happens, things end up going big. And then we got the Arctic blast coming in behind it. Sunday, Monday could be kind of a southern plains, Oklahoma to Arkansas type of a snow event. Snow, freezing rain. Another surge of Arctic air coming down. Not dissimilar from that February 2021 cold Arctic blast too into Oklahoma, Texas that triggered all those brownouts. It's probably going to happen again. All my friends in Oklahoma are just panicking ahead of this Arctic blast that's coming down. That storm west of Montgomery has a nice bean shape to it, kind of a classic bean. It's in between Selma and Montgomery. It's elevated, but it's got enough wind shear to kind of get that sickle shape going. Most of the instability, though, is southwest of there, over southeastern Mississippi into southwestern Alabama, kind of centered over the Thomasville area. But it is shifting to the east. Not as much northeast, but it is shifting east. And convection near the Tuscaloosa Berry area up near I-20 is definitely blobbing together. And I don't think that the tornado threat is going to be realized up there along the I-20 corridor, at least in Alabama, Tuscaloosa, down toward Utah. You got some good convection, but mainly squalls that are happening. Here in 10 minutes, I'm going to step in front of the car and then do a live update for AccuWeather from the warm sector. Just about every single ass is up covering the snow, the low-hanging fruit, the blizzard. But if there's a chance of tornadoes in the warm sector, I feel like I got to be there. Usually it takes about 2 feet of snow, 70-mile-an-hour winds and or 70-mile-an-hour winds to get me to cover a winter storm these days. I grew up in a lake effect snow belt. Chased a ton of snow for like 2 days, but I got to work these warm sectors because it's the difficulty level's a little bit higher up here. When you drive around in a whiteout condition, everything looks the same too. But I do love covering blizzards. But I need a slightly higher end event to get me up there, to be honest. But still, in terms of the low pressure of the bomb cyclone dropping toward 970 millibars, that's amazing meteorologically. I'm having trouble saying meteorology these days for some reason. I think I'm getting kind of a lazy tongue. Meteorologist, extreme meteorologist. But if I were to target the blizzard, I would probably go to Alpena, Michigan. Get the ripper right off of Lake Huron, the lake enhancement, the orographic lift. But my goal today is to try to get real close to a strong tornado with one of these renegades, either in a prefrontal confluence line or maybe on the front. Looks like some of those southwest of Waynesboro are trying to intensify, as is that storm north of McIntosh, north of Atmore. Greenville is a good middle ground. I'll be there shortly. Probably end up either south and east of there somewhere, or maybe working that west to east road from Greenville to Troy, and then areas off to the east. This is a Hyundai plant here. Wow. Hyundai plant. Ooh, yeah. Some of those are getting better organized out near Jackson. I think we're going to get a number of tornado warnings today. But it is conditional. There's a chance that nothing will happen even. Doesn't happen, that's okay. I'll just pull over at Anytime Fitness and get a workout in. Anytime Fitness. They just keep charging your credit card forever once you sign up. So you might as well use it. Taking a Larry up here. Made it to 65. I'm going to drop a little bit south toward the Greenville area. My mom is taking good care of Gizmo, so she did soil my mom's carpet recently, but that happens. I think she did it in protest. She was mad at me for going storm chasing. But I am going to take Gizmo a lot this year. She's coming out of retirement. So this winter and the spring for all these big Dixie Alley events, I am bringing Gizmo along. The hardest part is getting out the door, and we are here in the target area in position. So honored to be here to chase this event. The hardest part always is getting out the door. Once you show up, once you're in the target area, the rest is easy. And that's how I'm feeling right now. Just happy to be out here. Getting on 65 and dropping toward Greenville, Alabama. There in southeast Mississippi, notice how they look a little strung out, almost like string beans. You can tell that maybe those surface winds are southwesterly more in southeastern Mississippi when they start to get that strung out, highly sheared type of an appearance, kind of feeding off of mostly speed shear. That's how you can tell that maybe the wind shear isn't quite as favorable there. But then further east near Thomasville to Jackson there north of Mobile in southern Alabama, they're a little thicker, a little more round. And that means that the wind shear profiles there are a little bit more favorable than further west. I think that you're going to see that west to east across the warm sector. Probably see those surface winds go to a more southwesterly direction. But there's definitely going to be kind of a wind shift in there somewhere. Previous outlooks called it a dry line type feature. I would consider it more of kind of a prefrontal wind shift with a lot of dry air aloft overhead. And it's possible that anywhere along and east of that wind shift where you get the more southerly winds, 2 southerly surface winds, those are going to have the greatest potential of producing tornadoes. Basically Jackson to Thomasville and east, but I'm still going to keep an eye out further west, Waynesboro, Beaumont area. That storm near Jackson has a lot of inflow. You can tell these things are experiencing big wind shear. That storm there southwest of Jackson is starting to get a little inflow notch on it. And we're just going to wait for that in the Greenville area. Let it come right toward us. Gotta be kidding me, gotta be kidding me, gotta be kidding me, gotta be kidding me. Tell these things are... Ooh. Thanks everybody for dominating that like button. Thank you. Remember those 3 most important words. Never stop chasing. If you know anybody that lives in this area or up into the blizzard warning area, feel free to share this stream. And everybody, give thanks to Brian too for making this happen. He saved Team Dominator with this setup, streaming PC, this live setup. He helped modernize our operation here as the game was passing us by. Brian came in and saved Team Dominator and modernized us once again. Modernized our coverage. And we are here in the target area, dominating on the ground right now. Hardest part is getting out the door and showing up in the target area, and we are here dominating. Let's get another Celsius energy drink. Whenever I have Celsius energy drinks, it just puts me on cloud 9. I don't know what the hell they put in there. Gotta be the niacin or the B vitamins. We might have enough lift. Kind of even just a glancing blow of the lift down here in the warm sector might just be enough, and that a lot of times that's all you want down in Dixie Alley. Sometimes you don't want that big forcing. Get that, at least chasing it. These new vehicles these days are more expensive than a house sometimes. Watching that thing down southwest of Jackson. It's got a nice supercell structure on it. Like I got southeasterly winds here, southern Alabama. Mile marker 157. That Jackson storm's going to go tornado warning eventually. Thing's got a lot of shear on it, a lot of inflow upstream. I think that thing is going to be the storm. See it near Jackson, Alabama. Wow. Also watching that convective line near Mobile. "62 degrees. We're going to watch this temperature as it increases. It does have a mesocyclone. It's going to take a little while to mature. I can see that thing kind of going near Monroeville, toward Greenville, Georgiana, McKenzie, Evergreen area, Evergreen to Enterprise. Evergreen to Enterprise always seems to happen there. Enterprise has had a lot of tornadoes there to the west of Dothan. I bet we'll end up in that Enterprise Dothan area, down toward Tallahassee, Chattahoochee again. Similar areas that were impacted by the recent tornado outbreak down there. 24 confirmed tornadoes a couple of nights ago. I consider that a significant regional tornado outbreak for sure. It's funny, a lot of people get on me for calling things tornado outbreaks, but if you get more than 6 tornadoes in a region in about a 6 to 12 hour period, you're talking tornado outbreak, folks, by definition. So I don't use that term loosely. It has a scientific definition, and I use the tornado outbreak term and factor in everything, like the number of storms, the potential for a number of tornadoes with those storms, how conducive is the environment for tornadoes, and how much surface area does it cover? And also, more importantly, even the upper trough geometry, kind of the shape of the upper trough is so important. It does look like that Jackson one's got to be a little elevated just by the way that it looks. But anytime you get such a stout mesocyclone like that, usually it is surface-based, or in the process of drilling through a shallow, stable layer. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Thank goodness. Sorry about that. Thanks for the reminder. I lose track of time out here sometimes.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Not bad. Pulling over. I'm in Greenville. Watching a couple of those bubblers upstream.
Gotcha. And then you're going to be with Ari's going to toss to you about right after she opens up. She's going to do a quick talk, and then she's going to toss to you. Just ask you how things are going. You do a brief, how it works, and then
Okay.
we'll toss it.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Let's pull over here. Going to get a catfish po' boy. It's a gas station.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Now check. Okay, so Reed is doing his AccuWeather thing right now, so I thought I'd jump in and just give you guys a little bit more of what I was doing before, showing you some models. First, let's check the Storm Prediction Center for today. This is, let's just refresh, make sure we have the latest thing here. So this is the categorical risk today. You can see there's a large slight risk, but if we go up right behind my face right here, there's a little tornado button. So this is the tornado risk area today, and you see it says 5%. And that 5% doesn't mean there's only a 5% chance of a tornado happening anywhere. It's a 5% risk of a tornado happening within 25 miles. So it's with an area this large, it is a pretty high likelihood that a tornado is going to happen somewhere in this 5% area. At least one. We'll try to see if we could get more of a closer figure, but basically this is a good good way to start. So this whole area here, you can see it's Mississippi, it's the Panhandle. We have Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina involved. We had Louisiana. What did I say? Did I say things wrong? Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. So if we look more at this is moisture. This is what this shows. Actually, you can't see it because, hold on. Okay. See a little bit better. Let's change our view here. While Reed is doing his thing. So for tornadoes to happen down here, you need moisture, right? So this is what this feed shows you. It shows you moisture, and it shows you, it's a model. So it's a forecast of where the moisture is going to be over the course of the day. So you see that the moisture comes up here, and it kind of is a moisture tongue, as they say. And then it kind of bleeds out over here. So this is, let's go to, this time right here is 18Z, so that is noon. So this is what it seems to look like at noon, or I'm sorry, this is all relative. In 1 hour, the moisture should be here. And then in 4 hours, it should be here. So this moisture is going to work its way over. Here's Reed. Back to him.
All right, folks. Just knocked out my live shot there with the Accu. Back when my buddy Dick McGowan was thinking about joining forces with AccuWeather too, we'd always joke around that he would have to change his Twitter name to Dick Accu. Accu Dick. Dick McGowan. Good. He actually drove the follow vehicle during Storm Chasers. Great storm chasing friend of mine. Used to be Storm Picks on Twitter, but now he lives down in Brazil. Down in the Tornado Alley down there. I wonder if he did any storm chasing during the active season that they had across the Pampas, Argentina into southern Brazil, Paraguay. A lot of tornadoes, a lot of flooding down there, and that's because of the El Nino conditions that have been persisting in the eastern tropical Pacific. Remember, our seasonal tornado forecast for 2024 shows an active ring right along the Gulf Coast, southern plains, and along the Gulf Coast during the winter into the early spring. And that's exactly what we're getting this early January. But then we got a cold snap coming up that'll probably give us a couple week break from the severe weather. And then I bet during February we see an uptick in the severe weather again across the southern U.S. So that 1 year Jackson, wouldn't be surprised if it goes tornado orange soon, folks. Obviously we need to mature a little bit more, but it does seem to be developing a stronger mesocyclone. Also, that storm down near Atmore is starting to look kind of interesting. And near Jackson, I got my eye on it. Surface temperature up to 64 degrees, too. How do you like them apples? Jackson just fluffed out on the latest scan, so I think it crossed the warm front. So I do think that the warm front is there near Grove Hill, Thomasville area. So that warm front's located right now. end up being a little wispy of an event down here, but starting to see the cloud cover begin to clear out. Blizzard conditions in Davenport. Up, looks like north of Chicago now. Chicago's going to get dry slotted. We had that warm advection snow early, but the big blizzard conditions happen on the northwest quadrant of the low, usually the north central, northwest, even western quadrants, kind of a little bit removed from the low where you get the stronger pressure gradient, more tightly clustered isobars. Sometimes they're a little bit removed from the low center, those strongest ones in the blizzard conditions. And some of the models are even showing that thing dipping down below 970, but I think those are the convective allowing models, and sometimes they'll superficially deepen the low. But it is going to be a rare inland bomb cyclone. South side of Tuscaloosa has some more vigorous convection, but the tornado potential up there not as high because of the lack of surface-based instability. We do have a big 5% area too, a big 5% risk. .4, 15 miles north of Greenville, Alabama. Yeah, that lift may just glance a little bit north of the target area. We'll see how it goes. Milky skies so far. Love the GPS. GPS radar. Brian is just dominating, isn't he? There's a mesoscale discussion out so far, and they're monitoring this area for the potential for a tornado watch, but so far these storms are not blowing up. Yeah, they were starting to intensify. Now they're coming back down again. Maybe that storm to the southwest of Gilberton. The prefrontal confluence just doesn't have that deep lift yet. streaming south of Montgomery, headed south on I-65. Down in Flomaton. Just keeping an eye on it. Boop, 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 boop. Butler County, 9.7 miles. And if I was covering that blizzard, I'd probably be up in Alpena later on this weekend. Maybe up further north too. Need a few feet of snow, like 5-6 foot drifts, 4 to 5 inch per hour snowfall rates, wind gusts to 70. The real extreme winter storms. Or else I'm just mainly just going up there and get a workout in. But this one right here, I do think the ceiling is potentially a fast moving strong tornado, but a good chance that the most likely scenario is that the lift lifts just north of this warm sector down to southern Alabama and doesn't quite materialize down here. But we'll see. This prefrontal confluence could do it. Storms are hurting right now. Got a little bit of a mesocyclone southwest of Gilberton. Yeah, Edgar said just a little bit south there on I-65. He's starting to see some sun pop through the clouds, so that probably means the warm front started to advance. Once this warm front starts moving into southern Alabama, you'll see the clouds start to clear a little bit, prefrontal confluence lines. But boy, there are a lot of showers down here. Tons of shower activity. Cell down near Atmore has a little bit of inflow on it. Not very organized yet. This could be a pinched warm sector. Don't worry, even though I'm headed to Greenville, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
I said, whoops, I cut Reed off. Sorry about that. We're going to, in a few minutes, I'm going to just throw to Connor for a few minutes while we see what happens down here. You can see that these storms are bubbling up, but Reed's saying he doesn't know if they're going to totally make it. But we will keep an eye on that. We'll go back to Reed. Reed is saying something important.
SPC mesoanalysis with satellite. You can definitely see that clearing. Working into something. Kind of right at the nose or along that warm frontal zone to get the best low-level wind shear in place. Yeah, south-southeasterly winds, due southerly in Mobile, unstable down there too. Couple of those down south, northeast of Atmore, do have some inflow on them. Spaz out. It's more of a kind of an energy release. It's like kind of like draining a pressure valve or something, just releasing a little bit of air. All right, I'm in Greenville now. Stop and take a look at a few things here. So I want to look at the HRRR model too a little bit. Members, we got Chris coming down next. Dominators, getting them ready for storm season. And I will be doing some videos on that as well. Too. Installing it is difficult as well. All right.
And even Davenport may eventually mix in with a little bit of rain later on this afternoon.
When's the
bombing of the cyclone take place?
It's probably be in process right now. In the process of bombing out.
Find a Trader Joe's.
Good luck.
Oh, go for that nut mix with the chocolate.
Oh, yeah, we
I
got
haven't had that forever.
a little nut mix. Still snowing and blowing northwest of Omaha. Yeah, I bet it's gonna start blowing. I mean, I think you guys are under that blizzard warning over there in Omaha.
Slush fest there.
Yeah. Thanks, Landon. That landed in the chat. Hello from Memphis. What's up, Bree? Thanks, Tyler. We'll be safe.
Mail's still going.
Mail doesn't stop.
Yeah, it looked like he was stuck.
Thanks for putting that in the chat, Derek. Guys, listen to Derek. Everyone smash that like and subscribe button.
Here's the beats. Trying to get out of the driveway. Little coffee shop.
Yep, coffee revolution. Let's revolt.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Anti-Starbucks, probably.
Yeah.
Look at that old bowling alley.
Yep. Open bowling. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bree. Appreciate the support. So right now, oh, Brian's in the chat. Hello, Reed stream. Hope you guys are enjoying the dual coverage of both the winter and the severe side of this storm. And I will tell you, the winter side is only going to get more intense as we go throughout the afternoon. And if I had to guess, about 4 or 5 o'clock when we get onto the country, it's going to get pretty crazy. So that might be also when the severe weather threat starts to ramp up down south for Reed a little later in the afternoon. Looks like we have no warnings right now down there, interestingly enough. What's up, Julie? Thanks for coming over.
Okay. So yeah, you see, everybody's kind of having problems with their service right now, but it's an opportunity to get us caught up on what is going on, basically with the weather. So let's look at, if we look at satellite right now. So some people were caught off guard because our transitions, you could say I was playing with them a little bit before. They're not totally there. Okay, so Reed and Jordan and Sierra, so Team Dominator and Team Dominator Dose, they're kind of in this area down here. And then Connor is up here. Connor is right around here. So he's covering the northern blizzard threat. Well, it's here. And everybody else is down south waiting for these storms to intensify. And right now they're struggling to intensify, but that very well could change. I trust Connor and Reed's analysis over mine. So let's look at a couple different, what we were looking at before was just models and things. And as soon as we get Reed back up here, we'll go to him. You see it's struggling just a little bit, but let's check out, we were looking at the moisture needed down here, and it looks like it is coming along. But let's look at, this is something called, this is 500 millibar wind. So basically, Reed said I was doing studying. Basically, at the surface is 1,000 millibars. It's pressure. So then as you go higher, it's 850. As you go higher, it's 500. So it's really just, this is upper level wind heights. And the reason that 850 and 500 are kind of important is because the ones at 850 are kind of like that low level jet stuff. And then higher up is kind of the shear that gives shape to the storms, very, very generally. So we're looking at the 850 millibar right here, and let's zoom in on the area that we're going to, or in that we are in. So this is the 850 millibar heights. You can see that this is the area that Reed is in, and over the course of the day, this is where things get kind of intense. So this is 60 knots. Sometimes over 60 knots or over 65 knots, and things are kind of moving pretty fast. These wind speeds seem to be there. Then if we look at the 500 millibar heights, which is higher up in the sky. Oh, Reed is back. I'll go right to that, right to Reed, but this is the wind speeds higher up over the course of the day. Anyway, Reed is back. Let's go to him. And let's go back to me again. So for those of you just joining, welcome to this stream. Here is generally what we are looking at today. We are looking at, oh, Reed is kind of coming back. Let's wait until he stabilizes. So this is the categorical risk today. There's a different way to show it, is over here. So this is the slight risk area. You could see that this is kind of the area that they're concerned about severe weather. And if we look on here and we look at where they're actually concerned about tornadoes, or where they were just a little bit earlier, you could see that it is that brown blob. That is the 5% tornado risk area. That means that there is from any given point in this giant 150,000 square mile area, from any given point in 25 miles around you, there's a 5% chance of a tornado happening. So that doesn't mean there's only a 5% risk of a tornado happening anywhere in this. Just think of it, if you are in Atlanta and you go 25 miles around you, there's a 5% risk of a tornado happening around there. But that's for everywhere. So all those percentages add up in some very complex math that I can't do, but my wife did. And Trying to find that worksheet that she did. Back to Reed.
Interesting, some convection down near Gulf Shores. Might be coming ashore. West of Thomasville.
Okay, quick thing. I found the worksheet that my wife did. So for 150,000 miles, 5% probability, that means there's a 98% chance, assuming, going by what they knew a few hours ago and the assumptions that they made, with 150,000 square miles, 5% chance translates into a 98% risk of a tornado happening somewhere in this area. Now that doesn't mean that's a completely accurate figure. That means that based on what they were assuming at the time, the latest data that they had, and they came up with the 5%. If the 5%, assuming that 5% is 100% accurate, that means that it's a 98% chance that a tornado will happen somewhere there. There's a lot of probabilities in meteorology. Back to Reed.
Vigorous convection off to the northwest, west of Thomasville. Still know about this prefrontal confluence band this time. Yeah, still sloppy near Chicago up to Rockford because there's still the warm advection regime of that storm. Are you kidding me? 12 to 20 inch ripper coming into Buffalo. Probably just in time for that game. About trying this little barbecue place eventually. Look at this place. You gotta be kidding me with that. Does look good. Yeah, at least that one off to the northwest has lightning. Some higher echo tops down near Pensacola too. But I'm looking at the echo tops and some lightning strikes up there east of Gilberton. I think that has some potential. Prefrontal confluence right here though doesn't look as vigorous. I think that you're kind of getting a grazing edge of a glancing blow of the lift coming up here. All right, I'm going back for the nose, folks. The nose of the instability axis. I think that storm that I just showed you is right at the nose of that instability. I feel like that might be the only chance right up in there. Working that nose! Alright guys, I think that the instability is largely working its way in for the west. I'm going back north again, Brian. Bye, guy. More lightning on that storm northwest of Thomasville. Quite a bit of lightning on it now. Seems to be getting some decent inflow even. Look at all that lightning on its rear end. A lot of lightning strikes. You can also see a relatively sharp gradient on the reflectivity there. That's a sign that it's pulling in some more inflow right over Highway 69. That's going to be my target storm. I gotta adjust the damn thing here. Fixed. Ooh, there we go. Wow, look at that. What a view. Not much rotation on that storm right now, southwest of Sweetwater. Seems like a lot of the lightning is kind of in that rear flank area of it. I just don't think any of this shower activity that I'm in the midst of right now is really gonna do too much.
All right, so I'm just showing you a little bit more clear where Reed is and this target where he's going to. So first, where he is right here, okay? And this one over here has caught his eye right here. And let's look at it on this. You can see those little lightning icons? Just to the right of the red, that means the lightning is picking up on it. It's a little bean, as Reed says. It's a little bean right now. Let's see if we could get a better view of it. Nice. From this radar. So yeah, you can see that it is a bean. It is, looks like it's taking off. It also looks like it is moving very, very fast. So Reed needs to take that into account. So each of these is 15 minutes. So this is right here is where it will be in 1 hour. So in 1 hour, it will move 60. So it's going 60 miles an hour, which is pretty quick for storms. It's not out of the normal for Dixie, really. But let's look at this storm a little bit more here. So let's look at what Reed was looking at, which is echo tops, which is how tall the storm is. And this storm, you can see these storms over here are a little bit higher at the moment, but he doesn't think too much is going to happen with those. This one is rising. It is at around 28,000 feet right now. It's just under 30,000 feet. When it goes green, when you see a little bit of green here, that means it's over 30,000 feet. And yeah, that's what it's looking like right now. But you could tell overall from Reed, he's thinking that storms are struggling down here, and this is the only one that really has caught his eye. So he's keeping an eye on this one. We're keeping an eye on him. So let's just look at this right here. So again, he's moving from here to here. He's about, where's he at in Montgomery? About there. So as the crow flies, I'm guessing they'll kind of intersect within the hour. I think he'll be on that storm in about an hour, probably less than that. So anyway, we'll go back to Reed. Seems like our B team's having video feed struggles today, and Connor's just looking at a lot of snow. So we'll stick with Reed. And thank you to all the new Team Dominator members. We had a great stream last time, a lot of new members. Much appreciated. Thank you to our moderator. Welcome anybody else who's new to the stream. Today it seems to be a little bit calmer than they normally are, but just have it on in the background. These things can take off fairly quickly. So back to Reed.
Good job, Brian. Man, you look great in that screen. Wow! He's back! Boy, everybody give Brian a round of applause. What a setup he's got, looking so great at the helm out there. He's got a new golf bag, a meteorologist now this stream, and
Yeah, not awesome connectivity down there today. Interesting. I feel like we didn't have problems too much in that area before, so something's a little off today. All right, so this is, again, this is this Sweetwater storm that has Reed's eye right now. We are going to be keeping an eye on it as well. So if this is your first time, you should pay attention to a couple things. First, you want to pay attention to down there, way down there at the bottom of the screen, you could see 57 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the temperature where Reed is. You could also see his current location, which is showing Greenville, Alabama, and you could see his target, which is the Sweetwater supercell, which is what we are looking at right here. So as you look at the temperature down there, you see 57 degrees. If that continues to rise as he gets closer, that makes things more favorable for tornadoes. If it gets over 60, 63, 64, 65 for sure, because tornadoes need warmth, really. I oversimplify a lot, but basically see if that number climbs. If it's climbing, chances are increasing with that one factor, but there are a lot of other factors too. So the other factor is if a storm is building, if it's getting taller. And again, we look at that for echo tops. This one is still around 20, it's under 30,000 feet. So if we see a little bit of green go up on that, then we're going to continue to pay attention to it. So this is the green that I'm talking about. These storms are taller, but they have other issues with them. So if we see this green start to pop up and then dark green, wait a second. Okay, it just happened when I just pulled that over. Okay, so this storm is rising right now. It still has a way to go, but it is a tall storm. It's over 30,000 feet now. And by that, you know, when you see the bottom of a storm, it's probably around 1,000 feet or so. So this one, it's shooting up into the sky at, I think some of these storms go around like 100 miles an hour straight up. So this one's going straight up into the sky. It's between 30 and 35,000 feet right now. If it gets a darker green to it, which will take a little bit, then we know it's getting even taller. So that's another thing. Another thing we look at, which is it's probably too early to look at a little bit, is the velocity. Or storm relative velocity. Let's put that on. And this shows if things are rotating in the storm. So basically, the good part, this is a very, very important feed in storm chasing. This is what they look at. Again, it's a little early to look at it, but all right, Reed is back. I'm going to finish saying what I'm saying right now. The way to read this feed is like this, okay? This feed just gives color to direction of wind and moisture, basically. So as relative to the radar. So this is the radar right here, this hole right here. And so everything red, I feel like these are backward. Yeah, these colors are backwards normally. Everything red is going towards the radar. Everything green is going away from the radar. So if we look at this storm up here, which we're paying attention to, these winds are going towards the radar, these winds are going away from the radar, so it's rotating a bit. You see these are going towards, these are going away, these are going towards, these are going away. So that's just kind of one of the things. It becomes very important later as the storm matures. These colors get brighter and sharper, and you see like a focal point of green next to red. We call that a couplet, and that's one of the signatures of a possible tornado. Reed's back. We're stable. Over to Reed.
I'm watching those consolidated storms near Thomasville. The wind shear profile in Montgomery looks supportive of tornadoes, but it is also northeast of the warm front. I do like that nose of instability. The surface winds are quite backed there. That's the nose, folks. A little nub. Little nub. Just a little nub. And you need that warm front to blast through. So I'm at I-65, a little bit east of the warm front out there. Not as much surface space instability near I-65. right at the nose of the instability. Those will be working their way toward Montgomery. The VAD data, basically a vertical wind profile derived from the radar in Montgomery. It looks supportive of tornadoes, but it's northeast of the warm front. But that same VAD profile has about 300 plus 0 to 1 and 0 to 3 kilometers storm relative felicity. So if those storms near Thomasville can mature and move into that strongly sheared environment, they will have the potential of all hazards. When I first started streaming and that kid was like, "Why aren't you in Dubas? You gotta be in Dubas." Oh boy, we got storm trackers coming up behind me here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Light bar it up, guys! Wonder who that is. How's it going? I'm gonna run on. Thought I might have been getting pulled over back there. Thought for sure that was Corey Gherkin at first. We're gonna head up towards Selma. Horrible. Lounsboro.
Guys, just jumping in fast to say, we see Team Dom Dose down there. That's Jordan and Sierra. They are down at Pensacola Beach, and they're going to take us on a little tour of the beach, see what it looks like there, because obviously all of this weather is coming from offshore. So they're going to be giving us a view from the Gulf of Mexico and what's coming off. So we'll go to them in a few, but we're back with Reed.
Gotta be at the nose. Kind of a radar hole there too. Smallish storms. You seem to develop a little bit of some mesocyclones there though. Coming ahead a little to the west of Montgomery and then trying to wait for that convection that is underneath the elevated mix layer off to the west.
Go check on Sierra Lindsay, guys.
Your guys' vehicle?
Yeah, she's doing. Should we hand Sierra Lindsay a mic? I think we should. Let's fire Sierra Lindsay up. Here you go. No, it's for the stream.
Oh. Do you taste that salt on your lips?
Yeah.
Do you want to... Not super comfortable being out with all the lightning
Well,
out
I
here.
haven't seen any more flashes. There's only been one.
Is there?
Yeah. That was a while ago.
I don't know. I tried to record another one, but I'm just going to post the one I
I'm
had.
going to change my settings to go to auto on focal now. Here we are. Yeah, we haven't had another bolt. Yeah, we're good. Come check out these waves, guys. We're gonna run down here. This is the Pensacola Pier. They sustained some damage a few days ago from the high winds. You can see the sea breeze just bringing all that salt in. Yep. So anyway, the reason we're down here on the coast, high waves, you can look at that, really mad ocean ongoing there, slapping up against the pier. The waves are just ripping today. We didn't see that yesterday when we were here on Pensacola Beach. What do you think, Sierra?
It's the best looking stuff out here at the moment. I'm never upset if I'm at the beach, so any storm coming in on the beach is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just always a bit stronger than they feel, they always feel a bit stronger on the beach than they do on land, so it's just always more fun to be out here.
I agree.
There is, I didn't see that, a special marine warning for these storms.
On us, coming towards us? Take a look here.
So that's where we are. Yeah, Pensacola Beach, Navarre.
What's it say? Water spouts possible?
Strong thunderstorms, hazard, no.
No.
Wind gusts.
Wind gusts?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see them coming in right there behind you.
What do you think of that caption?
Love it. Tag Severe in that.
Oh, Severe Studio?
Take a look at this, guys. We look down the beach, you can just see the sea breeze and all that salt and just coming up and blocking our view. It's kind of limiting our visibility down the beach too as well. I'll flip it here. The water, as you can tell, it's Pensacola, so it's got that nice blue-green tint to it. But yeah, we were here just 2 days ago, and it was nice and calm, and they were actually doing repairs to this pier because it got damaged from the last storm system just a few days ago. Behind me too, we do have the red flags up. Not supposed to be in this water. Big time rip currents out here too. And down here just to our southwest, we do have onshore storms making their way onshore with that special marine warning that Sierra just told us about. So something we're gonna keep an eye on. I'm gonna try to ride it out here on the beach. As long as we don't have lightning, I might as well just full send it out here on the beach.
Every storm is more fun on the beach. It just is.
Yeah.
It is. You got waves, you got bigger winds.
Show me where those man of war were. I think there's one right there.
Yeah.
Take a look at this, guys. Washing up man of war jellyfish.
Actually, I did learn last night that man of war are not actually jellyfish. They're not technically considered jellyfish. I don't know what they are because I can't pronounce the word, but they're not jellyfish. Although, I wonder if our jellyfish is down here. Do you want to go see him?
Yeah, let's go see it. We had found a huge jellyfish the other day. We want to see if he got washed away. So let's go check it out. Walk underneath this pier.
You said tag severe students? It's not like a big weather update. It's just a...
Yeah, still tag them. Yeah, we're gonna go check and see if our big jellyfish is over here still. We'll go around this way.
You have to.
I actually helped them put this fence up the other day with one hand. And if you talk, they can hear you because you're mic'd up.
Gotcha. Oh, I got sand in my shoe. Oh, there's a, show the coral.
What?
The coral.
Oh, yeah, the coral's still here.
Oh no, that's not coral.
Or what is it?
Probably a jelly of some kind. I'm an expert on Gulf of Mexico jellyfish now. I actually was reading about them all night, so I'm an expert.
That makes you an expert?
Yep, certainly does. Actually, our dude might be way down there. I just thought about it.
It could be. I thought it was right up here, close to this garbage can.
No, I think he might be way down there.
Here, look at. Here's something, guys. It's getting a little windy here. You can see it kind of eroding this beach here too, pretty good. Even more man of war jellies. You can see it there. I won't be surprised if you see a bigger one washed up around here somewhere. Yeah, they're everywhere. Man of wars everywhere along this beach. But there was a jellyfish here just a few days ago about the size of a basketball. I'm sure it's washed away by now, but we can always check. Let's go wide angle, there we go. Another man of war there. Water's trying to sneak up on us. There's our storm. There's our line of storms right there as well. Pushing in towards Pensacola Beach.
Wait,
these are
can I
special
give this
marine
to you real
warning
quick?
storms.
Jordan.
Dang, there's so many man of wars out there.
Hey!
Huh?
Here.
I can't hear you.
You were like literally 2 feet away from me when I was yelling.
And I can't hear you. Do you not want your mic on?
I said, can you take it for a second?
Oh, okay.
I was like yelling.
I can't hear you.
No, I got you.
You could be screaming and I won't hear you in this stuff.
You were literally like right here.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
All right, while they get straightened out down there, you can see that we have, well, things are kind of inverted here. Connor is all the way up here. Team Dom Dos is all the way down here, and Reed is a bit in the middle. Well, not really in the middle. He's in Alabama. So we got snow, we got beaches, we have possible tornadoes. So let's, Reed's feed has gotten back. It looks pretty steady, so we're going to go back to him and see what the latest is for tornadoes. And just quickly, a man of war is not a jellyfish. It's a siphonophore, apparently. I looked it up. And its venomous tentacles can grow up to 165 feet long. Back to Reed.
A couple of those lightning strikes down north of Pensacola are starting to look interesting. Maybe waterspout potential might be on the increase down there. But it's a lot different than a couple of nights ago when we had landfalling waterspouts coming ashore down there. The system was timed a little bit different, but still could happen. Off to our west. Still watching those storms maturing. Maybe near the instability nose, but not looking as good. It's okay though. I think if that thing can somehow anchor on that instability nose, it'll probably produce eventually. It's north of Panhandle. I'm going to start heading a little bit west to see if we can get some instability, get a little clearing. This trough is lifting north, taking the surface low with it. The surface low is trended northwest. The energy's trended a little bit north. And you need a glancing blow of those good dynamics down here to really cause it to cut loose. Unless you get a mesoscale accident. In that case, you have to really dig the tornado out of the mess. And it might happen here right at the nose of the instability axis. I was either going to target the nose up here near Montgomery or southeastern Alabama into the Florida Panhandle. And just a little bit ago when I was down south of Greenville, I went back north to work the instability nose. I started getting a little bit worried that there might be too much stable air in the Florida Panhandle. Might have to go to Applebee's and get some discount appetizers. Celebrate. God, it's not easy being me. Oh, it's not easy. 7 miles to Loundesboro. Going to get some garden showers here west of Montgomery. Not very vigorous. Cozy Bees looks good. Cosby. I'm trying to maybe find some barbecue. Oh, I hear the spring peepers singing. Listen to that. We're going to have an Arctic blast pretty soon. Scientific name is Hyla crucifer of the spring peeper. I was a state champion in Science Olympiad in reptiles and amphibians back in the day. It's like probably 94, 95. Big herp guy growing up. Eastern fence lizards, 5-line skinks. I was big into lizards, snakes. Collected insects though as well. That was my big jam, was collecting insects. Also did the bottle rocket event where you try to keep a 2-liter bottle in the air as long as possible by making like parachute, certain engineering, and you're only given a certain amount of air pressure to pump into the bottle. You're allowed to fill it full of water, and it shoots into the air off this launcher, and then you can devise like a parachute method or some type of method to keep the rocket suspended in the air as long as possible. The longer that it's suspended in the air, the winner. And that was a pretty awesome Science Olympiad event. Really kind of inspired the rocket launch into the tornado in 2019. And boy, we have got a mesocyclone that's organizing southwest of Orville, so probably head up towards Selma and see what that looks like. type it in. Take a Larry here in about 4 miles on Highway 80 West. Might be botched, so. You can see the front as it's gone through Brent. It's approaching Calera. I think that's the front. Yeah. Pull up the wrap analysis here and see what the environment looks like up there, because the echo tops just aren't doing anything. It's not very vigorous. Nice winter weather advisory down there. Mike. Come on, Dan, get on that winter weather advisory. We need some coverage on that thing, Dan. Get the safety vest on and get out there. The hardest part is getting out the door. Once you're out the door, the coverage will cover itself. We got a 60, oh, we're down 69. No, 63. It's the inside temperature. So it's like we're starting to carve out this cloud cover a little bit. The elevated mix layer might be cutting in here. Still probably doesn't mean much. Oh, come on. .9. And I'm taking a Larry. Should be able to see this temperature increase as we head just a little bit to the west. Hey, stream. Hey. Yeah. Those down south, Jordan and Sarah are on the ones hugging the Gulf Coast. We're working the nose of the instability up here, elevated mix layer. So we got a little bean-shaped one there to the west-southwest of Oroville, just on the southwest side of Oroville. Starting to get a little bit better of a shape on it. Looks like a nice low-level jet. Look at those low clouds, guys. Just cranking out there, 60 knots. I think we need a storm of a little bit greater mass, though. Here comes the elevated mix layer. We're carving out some of these clouds. We've actually got a base in front of us now too on this little storm. You can even see some differential motion on that base. If we had instability up here, we'd be chasing prefrontal bands of supercells right now in the Montgomery area, but the instability was a little bit late getting up here. Kind of this chode-shaped instability axis. But finally, we're getting into the elevated mix layer. Look at it brighten up out here. Interesting storm there west of Clanton. Not a bad little base. Near surface base. Mix layer wants to even catch this convection. Tell there's a lot of shear. A little storm on the southwest side of Orville doesn't have a chance.
Come on. So Reed is right here right now. Cheers. That's where we are. Reed's right here. This is the storm you wanted to get on.
Let's see. He's trying to respond to that wind shear, but it's just so small in size it may not survive. But we'll see. Maybe it will. Hydroplaning, puddling on these roads. We're going to get beyond this convergence line, and then we should have visual of our storm here in about 15 minutes. Might only be a shower at that point, or a super shower. My buddy in Chicago was like, I know this blizzard's going to be a dud. I don't care what the forecast says, and it looks like it's going to be. You got to have that surface low track take a perfect track. I think you need a strong, high pressure to the north of it to really tighten up that pressure gradient. It's hard to get real sustained blizzard conditions, true blizzard conditions. I've only seen it a handful of times, like real ripper, intimidating blizzard. One was last year, Christmas Eve at Buffalo, out at Cape Cod for a big time blizzard, and another one was that bomb cyclone in 2019 there in Kimball. I definitely intercepted some high mountain blizzards too. Mammoth Mountain with like 45 lightning strikes. That was a true blizzard up in the mountains. Up in the Colorado mountains, I've chased a couple blizzards, true blizzard conditions, whiteouts. But the worst, the most intense blizzard I've ever chased was that Buffalo lake effect snow emergency Christmas Eve last year. Looks like there's not quite enough instability for that Orville storm to really rock it, but we're still going to go after it. Starting to get some more clearing. Guys, my rental car can hydroplanes a little bit, so if you guys want to go faster, you're welcome to. Go by me. I don't think these things have too much of a realistic chance of producing tornadoes, but they're good. That Orville one is small, but it's got higher DBZ than anything else. Maybe the mesocyclone will reconsolidate on its southwest side. This guy does not want us to pass. Watch out, buddy. Watch out back there. He's gonna hit that water. Oh, shoot. Probably gonna rip the bumper off of that Hyundai back there. Here's the sun, a little patch of sun. We did it. We got sunshine. Blue sky. Look at that. That's an elevated mix layer carving out the clouds. Not the most effective carve. Still got milky skies. Watch these storms approach on the south side of Selma up here, and be prepared to blast off to the east. Stay ahead of them. A little better, GBZ. Did you know that in Canada and in England it's not ZZ Top but ZZ Top? They actually call it ZZ Top, the band. Let that sink in for a second.
Jumping in. Excuse me. So Reed was just letting us know how it's ZZ Top in Canada and Great Britain. I never thought about that, but that does make sense. It's not just severe weather you get here. You get a lot of random, just little factoids that Reed has picked up in his travels. So here is Reed. Here is this storm that he's looking at. So if we look at it a bit more, it sounds like all these storms, like they should have better bases. Hypothetically, they should. There are ingredients that need to overlap, and right now one ingredient's kind of over here, one ingredient's kind of over here. They may overlap, they may not. We'll see. But let's break down this storm that is the Selma storm that Reed is targeting right now. Let me find it on here. Right. Yeah. All right, this is a good, excuse me, look at it. So this is the storm right here. And if we look at the things we normally look at, let's bring up, yeah, so this is Selma, Valley Grande. If we look at the echo tops, well, enhanced echo tops, let's see this. The storm is not up to 25,000 yet, but as these ones are growing taller, this will probably grow taller as it moves east. And Reed is back. Wrong factoids, but factoids nonetheless. Back to Reed.
So, should be seeing it pretty soon. The lead cell is up there. It's moving fast, like 60 miles an hour, so. Radar app, and you can track it too. Everybody can with the Pocket Radar app. All you have to do is pull up your little radar app and you can track it too. The sun's coming out here west of Montgomery too. ZZ top. Let that sink in. Aluminium. Naught, also naught instead of zero. Naught. 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 He also plays snooker instead of pool. I just tore him up out there. I studied abroad in England for a year and just lit people up at snooker because I was used to pool and snooker was a little easier. Just dominated over there in basketball too. I played with a lot of the Japanese international students. None of the English people played basketball, but I played center. But badminton, the English are just incredible at badminton. I've never seen anything like it. My best friend over there was like, let's go play some badminton. And I go over there and just every shot was a slam into the ground. Incredible at badminton. Start to see that storm on the horizon, that darkness. That's the storm over the west side of Selma. It's not severe, sub-severe, but if it can mix down some 60-mile-an-hour winds, then it'll become severe. No, I'm just making a lane change. Water on the left. Cleared it. Oh yeah, they were good at cycling. And soccer too. Pretty good at soccer. And drinking beer too. Never seen anybody throw down beer like that year in England. I was with the freshmen and sophomores. My God, in between classes, every night of the week, the student union. your little radar app out there, Brian, and show them that bean that's coming into Selma. Get your little radar app out, buddy. .3 miles. I'm going around the east side of Selma, then I'm punching it east toward Montgomery.
We'll wait until Reed stabilizes here. Of course, it happens as soon as I go up. Let's give him 10 seconds if he's pretty stable. And according to a Reddit post and several people in chat, people say ZZ Top in Canada and elsewhere. Perhaps if they're not familiar with the band and they read it, they say ZZ Top, but back to Reed. It's 69 degrees. It's really ripping, really moving. Another storm back near Providence. Linden looks even better. Might even be almost behind the front. There's the base up front left. Yeah, it doesn't look very surface-based, does it? More of a squall. But there it is. That's our storm. A little bit of a base and some rain. Not very impressive. The back base might look a little bit better. One southwest of Uniontown near Providence has my eye, so we may just have to go back for that one here soon.
storm, target storm. Alright guys, I gotta do a live shot for AccuWeather.
All right, guys. So I'll break down. Maybe it's a little overwhelming seeing all these here. Hold on. Let's do this one. Okay. So Reed is right on this Selma storm right now. It's raining, so you know that he's underneath all of that right there. So he's here. He's actually starting to pay more attention to this Linden supercell, this Uniontown bound supercell. So he's already in position for it. And I've noticed a few people in chat have already taken notice of that supercell too. Are you doing your shot? What are you doing? Okay. Also, White Claw was mentioned. I did see non-alcoholic White Claw in the store the other day, so feel free to discuss. Okay, but let's look at these two storms. Maybe we can kind of see something when we compare the two. So again, let's look at echo tops. It sounds like kind of everything is struggling today. And Reed, as he approached this, he was like, this is starting to look more interesting with him too, because there's a bunch of layers that need to it's like a Venn diagram. You know, you have warm air, you have moisture, you have shear, you have all that stuff. And some of these have the ingredients, but you really need everything in the Venn diagram. So let's look at these two. So if we look at these two cells, right? This one, if you look at that little dot right there, that's a little higher. That's 27,000 feet. So this one back here is actually now taller than this one here. And if we zoom out, we could see the trend is really that as things get in this area, then they get taller. Now, these ones over here, we don't believe that they're going to create a tornado. Almost made a very inappropriate picture. But now we are going back to this right here. And we're seeing, again, the Selma one is about at 20,000 feet. This one is around 28,000 feet. And it seems like this one is going to grow higher too. Reed is just up there. He's talking to, he's doing an as live for AccuWeather right now. We do have Connor, just to remind you, we do have Connor is up. Let me get these guys. So we do see Reed's up top. We do see Jordan and Sierra are in the middle. They're down by the beach. So they're all the way down here seeing these storms come off of the water, because there was kind of a potential that there could be some water spouts start offshore and then move onshore. So that's where they were targeting. And it might be just turning into a cold day at the beach for them. Or not too cold, but cold is where Connor is. So Connor is all the way up here. He is with the blizzard conditions right now. As you can see, he's apparently chasing with his dad. And Connor's a great young chaser. He's also taken his grandma chasing. His grandma has seen a tornado with him. It's a great video. You should check it out. But let's go back down to the main event here. This big blue blob people are asking, this is a discussion. Again, this is a convective discussion 54. And you see if I press this was issued a couple hours ago, about 2 hours ago. No, about 3 hours ago. And it will expire in about an hour. And we haven't seen any other discussions go up. We haven't seen any tornado watches go up. We haven't seen this thing really start to elevate a little bit. So Reed is definitely the guy that can dig out a tornado where kind of it's difficult to. This is definitely a very hard chase. If there is a tornado on it, obviously Reed is the guy to do it. So he's going to stick with it. And again, this is where we are currently, and this is where we're going. Let's see where Jordan and Sierra are. They're looking at, I wish I could talk to all of them easily, but it's not the easiest thing to make happen here. One thing that you want to look for in this is when Reed's saying that's a nice base or that base is wispy, it's really the cloud base is really, it's what it sounds like. It's the bottom of the storm. So if you see just a very defined dark area, the clouds, that's the cloud base. So it's, you'll get more confident in spotting things the more you see it. So if once Reed gets back out on the road and he goes, I'm guessing that he's going to say, forget this one and go for this guy right here. As he's approaching, look for the cloud base, which is going to be the dark area. And you could also see it'll be like very well defined if it's organized. So that's something to look for shortly when Reed gets back here. So let's see what Reed is saying. He's back. Bye.
Looks like some blizzard conditions there for our good buddy Mike Lashendro. The coldest surface temperature I've ever seen produce a tornado was a lake event, and the surface temperature was like 32 degrees, but the effective surface temperature over Lake Erie was probably like 40, 45 degrees. A lot of cold air over top of that, and I saw a snow NATO that developed over the Great Lake and then made landfall near Mayville. I think this thing might be done. This event. We'll see. I'm thinking about just blasting up to the east back toward Montgomery. I'm not traveling with Gizmo today. She didn't go to the bathroom this morning, so yeah, I didn't bring her out for this one, but she is coming out of retirement this season. Yeah, a lot of low-level shear out here, but you really need the upper levels to kind of coincide with instability too. You need that clear slot to come in the mid-levels, overtop the moisture. But sometimes when you're just about to think it's not going to happen, it'll suddenly ramp up and go berserk. Look into southeast Alabama. Ooh, it's all like 40 dBz. 40 dBz out there. Down near Mobile.
Let's, just for the heck of it, just do change this up and give it a little bit of time. As Reed was saying, he was like, I don't know if this is going to happen, but he's going to give it a bit more time because sometimes things will suddenly kind of ramp up very quickly. But we're definitely saying that the tornado probability is not being realized today, but Reed's going to keep chasing with it because it can happen. Don't, if you're in the area, still be paying attention to the area for sure. But so this is where Reed is, and all the way up here is where Connor is. So Connor is just, there he is. He's just west of Davenport. Let's look at some snow a little bit. He's got some cool footage. I'll keep an eye on when Reed comes back and then bring you guys back to Reed.
Yeah, it doesn't let the Eagle go back.
We'll get a fan, and then we'll figure out a way to charge it.
Whatever, side cameras look pretty sick right now, so.
It's just hard to watch when you're...
3,300 likes.
It's hard to watch when you're going sideways for me. For a little bit, but for a while. Actually take that out, charge that phone since it's sitting there, we're not using it.
Oh, it's already cool, so.
What's it?
It's at 46% already.
Well, that's good because we got that solved because turn it down the screen. You can actually see the contrast of the snow depth from the... Alright, buddy, you're going to have to get in your lane a little bit more than where you're at.
Did it again. Muted. It's so embarrassing. Yeah. See, I keep meaning to do it on an off day, but on an off day, we don't really have an off day. We're like planning and gearing up for the full storm season, so working on like graphics and t-shirts and everything, but I keep meaning to go back in here and fix all these things. But again, it's part of the stream's charm. Am I sending now? Great. Okay. What I was saying is that I heard Connor just say on his stream that he has 3,300 likes, which is great. Glad that that's happening. But I noticed that I need to get better, and we all need to get better about hitting that like button, because it does make a difference. It really does. So I gotta, what you saw me doing was saying, you gotta smash that like button, get a little bit more YouTubey. So yeah, we only have 2,800 likes right now. Let's please, let's do a little like rally. Let's get it up to 4,000 likes. We love Connor, but we want to beat his ass when it comes to likes. So let's please do that. We're going back to Connor right now. You could see he's with the sort of blizzard conditions here. I'm going to keep an eye on Reed up here. You can see he's still doing some AccuWeather Live, probably using the restroom too. And so over to Connor again. Like rally. Let's go, guys.
It's too much. It's too
This road is certainly a challenge.
Yeah. Never find that again.
Just found it right now. Dang, AT&T must be good because it's running the entire stream right now.
The other one on.
Because this turned off
Front turned off.
because it got too hot again. It's not hot right now at all, so. Props to the AT&T hotspot for running the entire stream.
So it runs out of data.
Yeah.
Tablet's not helping at all.
Well, the tablet is dependent on the.
Yeah. Wow. How many hours of blizzard condition are they expecting?
Quite a few. Quite a few.
Yeah, because this side don't even know where I can't see very much.
Yeah.
Where the
Oh,
road
yeah,
is.
dang.
Just guessing. Keep it in the middle.
Got 1,800 people in here again. Welcome in, everybody. If you're just joining the stream, conditions are rapidly deteriorating, and we're beginning to see near blizzard conditions.
A big old drift right there. Right there.
I see it.
It's coming.
I see it.
Get enough wind that will come all the way over. Still having problems with the.
Focus.
You know you got to set it every time.
Yeah, now, but the brightness is so low, I can't see it to set it.
So just turn up just enough to see it.
Ooh, I thought I saw a little warning that popped up there, but I was wrong. All right, we'll still go off to the east, see what happens. Still might be able to get a couple of these bubblers to intensify. I'm going to push it east to stay out ahead of this convective line. No. Just going to push it east a little bit here. Yeah, I was thinking maybe that Unionville storm off to the west might be the one, but it looks like it got undercut by the front. So now I'm headed east, back east toward Montgomery. Still kind of following this cluster of storms though right here. We do have that 5% all the way, so. But the front starting to crash a little bit southeast. Some of these storms are starting to look a little bit better. We got another one southwest of Oroville that has a chance, so. Right along that front. We're not giving up yet. I'm on 14 East, Corey. Sky looks better at least. The temperature's rising, upper 60s now. So we didn't realize those upper 60s. Yeah, still punching it east on the north side of Montgomery. I like that storm up north of Deatsville now. That's starting to look pretty interesting there north of Montgomery. But doesn't really have any organized rotation at the low levels at all. Dougie P. Yeah, sun and heat and timing of the upper levels. If this trough was really just barreling into this environment, then it would have a chance, but it was more of a glancing blow, and then it had another shift to the northwest and the whole storm track. I'm live. Oh. Yeah, you could be watching from an hour ago, but sometimes it can be difficult to tell. Happy Friday, everybody. Thank you. Welcome, new Team Dominator members. I do a lot of live streams, a lot of education.
What Reed was saying is welcome new Team Dominator members. We have a few new members on this stream. As soon as Reed straightens out, we'll go back to him. But Reed does a lot of educational members-only streams. And we'll probably have a little bit more fun with those members-only streams in a couple of weeks, because we have the new Team Dominator headquarters. It's really cool. It's in Oklahoma, so we're not there all the time. But when we are there, you know, we'd like to show you guys around a little bit. So he's looking, he's ducking, he's assessing. What a jaw on this guy, right? Unbelievable. Can't see it now. It's a little blurry right now. Anyway, let's look at these storms. So Reed is now looking at storms to the east a bit. These are all, let's animate these and see just what is going on today. So you can kind of see right here, and if I zoom out, you kind of see that line goes long. I think that's front there. Sorry, Reed is back. Seems to be steady. Real determined look. All right, we're going to him.
These skies are starting to look better. Look at that convection right in front of me. We got a base. Some soft convection above it, but we do have a base. We are turning back to the east. We've got a base. Full of P and V. Beautiful terrain out here west of Montgomery. Bomb cyclone is intensifying overland. I do have a little echo there near Orville again, but we'll see if it can kind of move ahead of the front. It's probably undercut. I think the front is just off to my northwest now. I think that those storms that were racing back there God, you want to see something disgusting? Look at this. What in the hell is that? It's from Norman, Oklahoma. They're preparing for the Arctic blast. They're a little bit worried it's going to be like February 2021. Rick hardly even left his house when that happened. He was probably eating Lunchables. What do you guys think about Lunchables? Leave it in the comments. Magic gummies. Really smell the burning back there. It's a good time to burn because it's so moist finally out here, I think. Still 66 degrees out here. Seems like that storm to my southwest is maybe consolidating, but I think it's getting undercut by the front. Just have to see what it does. Pretty sure that's getting undercut by the front. It would have to just race east of it. To 68. Yeah, if this was May, then you'd have the instability going all the way up to the surface low. Still sunny skies. It's warm. Warm 68 degrees down here in the warm sector of this bomb cyclone. Just we're way down south of the surface low, which is taking that similar track to the super outbreak. If this same storm system happened in April, you'd have a tornado outbreak, but it's January. So your instability is way focused down south. Get up in there. Yep. I see that convective line off to the east. I'm just wondering if it is out ahead of the warm front. Might be just ahead of the warm front. One to 3 feet of snow, wind gusts near 65 miles an hour in Buffalo. It's from 10 a.m. Saturday until 7 a.m. Monday. This weekend. Degrees. We just hit 70. So the temperatures are definitely warm ahead of this front.
sound. No sound. Just a fool. Oh, where'd he go now? All right. All right, don't look at me, I'm hideous. Did it again.
Can't hear you, bright guy. Mic's off. We're doing some puddling on the roadways up here, some heavier rain that's happening. Winds are all southwesterly here now. Right at the nose of the wind.
I believe Reed was just pointing out the nose, the instability, the nose of the instability. So that's what he's targeting right now. And he's back.
One mile east on 82. Oh, you're a meteorologist? You get paid for being 50% wrong! Congratulations! Oh, you call yourself a meteorologist? Thanks, Henny. get paid for that. Flip a coin. SOB. Call yourself a meteorologist. F you. Thinking about getting some boiled peanuts back there. Oh yeah, well my friend said, you got a dew point of 67 in Montgomery. So there, get paid 50% of the time for being wrong. Y'all don't be changing shit like this. My weather app says it's clear out. Got a dew point of 67. Get paid, or call yourself a meteorologist, you get paid 50% for being wrong. F you. Meteorology is a lot like poker. Everybody thinks they're an expert in it. And it was storm chasing too. Anybody with a driver's license and a phone can get out here now and do it. So I think what we're seeing is kind of a rapid dilution of the industry a little bit, meteorology and weather. So, but I think then it'll all improve probably the next 5 to 10 years or so. I bet when AI takes over, the industry will start to take off. But you cannot take the art form away from the storm chasing. It's an art form out here. You are seeing art in the making. Times, I mean, TV weather, you're just looking at an average of the forecast models and then communicating it to the public. High, low temperature, precip, nice day, not a nice day. And then when warnings come out, you break down the warnings, you look for the couplets, you look for the TDS, you say, this is coming for your town. You got to pronounce the town right. But that's a lot about what that is all about. So at any given point, you know, it's difficult to get hit by a tornado. So these tornado outbreaks are difficult because 10 miles away from an F5, it could look like a sunny day, totally fine. And Somebody could stick their head out the window, look up, and be like, "It's sunny, you're wrong, 50% of the time." And there's like an F5 10 miles away to the north. So it's just like poker. Kind of like you had like Chris Moneymaker winning back then and everything, and it probably didn't know the mathematics. It's just a crapshoot. It takes like 20 years to really distinguish between signal and noise, probably. It does have to follow laws of physics, though. Weather. Nothing really happens by accident out here. All right, we're going to take 82 east. We're just going to keep up with the nose of this warm sector. We've got the front coming in from the west. That's the cold front. You see the clear blue sky? That means that the elevated mix layer is now over top this moisture. We got 69 degrees now at the surface. A lot of moisture, and then that dry slot just above the ground. Some of those storms in that lead convective line are getting a little more vigorous. But yeah, I think that really just kind of an average of the models, and you calculate uncertainty. Probabilistic forecasts are probably a good way to go, but I think it's difficult too for the public to kind of really comprehend the basics of probability. That's the 50% stuff. So I don't know what the answer is. I just chase. But I definitely forecast ceilings, worst case scenarios, because that's what gets you out the door to chase. And really deep down, that's what people are interested in, is what is the worst case scenario here? And that's what you should be prepared for anyway. I'm not any better of a forecaster of high-low temperature than any other meteorologist, so I can promise you that. I know my way around a storm, tornado chasing, forecasting worst-case scenarios, but even though I went to school for 17 years, it does not make me a better forecaster. You just got to be lucky, I think. And I do love chasing the storm, forecasting small-scale meteorology, understanding the science behind them. Real short-term meteorology is what I enjoy. Senior living ad. Milky skies, but I think that's because the energy is lifting up toward the southern Great Lakes. A lot more lightning, though, is starting to increase in the lead convective line. is that? Brian. Have a head mount too. I've driven like 1.5 million miles, maybe pushing 2 million now in my career. The record speaks for itself. Not a single accident out there. That was my fault. Maybe one in the Dominator 1 on I-44. Gotta drive safe, folks. You're gonna drive 2 million miles. You simply can't afford to get in an accident. I actually think I might be one of the best drivers in the world, to be honest. State capital down here in Alabama, Montgomery. Looks like there's a road closure on 85 up ahead. Some of that convection. It's possible that this elevated mix layer is starting to catch that lead convective line a little bit, and maybe we'll see an uptick. Good old-fashioned uptick in severe weather. Probably not, though. Trying to figure out a way to cut this thing off now, because I don't think severe weather's going to happen. We'll be back live too, streaming some elements of the Arctic Blast and a lot of the vehicle repair stuff out of Norman. Must have slid off the road. Looked okay. Sitting next to their car. How is the blizzard happening? Ooh. Definitely seeing an uptick in the lightning up there near Caseta, south of Columbus, Georgia. Coweta. But that is a very wispy convective line. Yeah, only Lunchables. I think I can see some convection there along the leading edge of the definitely see some convection in the distance on the leading edge of that elevated mix layer up there. Kawita, 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 Kawita. Yeah, the enhanced risk has been downgraded to a slight risk, and I think that it's mainly along the Gulf Coast. There may have also been a decrease in the tornado probabilities. I'm from Michigan originally, but I've lived most of my life in Oklahoma. Half a tank. Love to meet you and Jane. Never stop chasing. Kawita. Is that true? Rick Saban's gotten hired at the University of Alabama? I think it's a joke. What I'm reading here. About that Casita storm. I think they're all elevated way ahead of the warm front. This warm front's just not going to do it, everybody. I'm afraid that as the severe probabilities continue to decrease, that we may have to end the stream here pretty soon. Unless they ramp up again, I'm going to continue to send updates on my Twitter, Reed Timmer Acu, and I'll keep monitoring it, but I think I'm going to head back to Gizmo now, pointing the ship off to the northeast. And I do think that there is maybe an outside threat of a little water spout coming on shore in the Florida Panhandle, but it's not looking as favorable. You're not going to have those renegade supercells moving southwest to northeast, making landfall. Tornadoes already in progress and then ripping inland. That Panama City tornado got rated an EF3, and that thing went inland all the way up to the Fountain area. The one that I was on earlier, too, was near Santa Rosa Beach. That went up to Freeport. I think that what happens a lot of times when these supercells make landfall is the wedge will come ashore and then lift. Then it'll do a quick cycle and touch down again. So I'm not sure if that's a new tornado cyclone or a new cycle, or if it's the same tornado cyclone. It just is on the ground and then lifts back up. It doesn't quite happen. So that was one pattern that I noticed that was pretty interesting with that outbreak a couple of nights ago. Mike's got some good blizzard conditions up there, it looks like. He's actually working the proper quadrant of the low to get the blizzard conditions. The Big MD is from eastern Iowa into southern Wisconsin, Iowa City, all the way through Milwaukee. Don't worry. Down here in Dixie Alley, you probably see big time tornadoes like every couple years. It's not, and you really got to get lucky to do it. 2011, we saw tornadoes the whole Dixie Alley season. There were a number of events in Dixie Alley, even as late as May, late May. Like May 25th was a big day down there, but most of the time when you chase down here, you're driving around in the rain for like 18 hours. Thank you, everybody. Never stop chasing. We'll see you next time. Hit that notification bell. We'll go live for Team Dominator members, and we're also going to be covering that Arctic blast next week. The Dominator revamps that'll be happening in the Norman warehouse. Never stop chasing.
Okay, so yeah, you heard Reed. It sounds like that probability is way down. So we're just going to look at, we're just going to join Jordan and Sierra at the coast very quickly, and then we'll just wrap it up. So thank you very much to all the Team Dominator members. Thank you very much to the moderators. Thank you to Reed Doisterman, and we will see you guys soon. We're going to be working on the Dominator probably next week. We'll see what the cold snap does to that. Hopefully we don't have burst pipes in Team Dominator warehouse. Let's look at some waves, and then we'll wrap it up. See you guys later. Never stop chasing.
Whoa. That pushed in far.
Bye, guys.